Good. Ooh, we got a Neva. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Give me just a second. Your hair looks cute this morning.
Oh, thank you. It got done last night.
I was going to say, I was like, have you gotten your braids done since the last time I saw you, or was I just blind?
Yeah, we redid them last night because we are attending a wedding next Saturday, and I was like, this
Gotta go.
hair that I've had just like in a top knot on the top of my head because they're fuzzed out, gotta go. So Mariah did them last night. I think we finished at like 2 a.m. because they had to go to D&D at like 7. So she came. So like they came. So I laid down for like an hour, and then they were home by 11:30. So because I laid down during Brittany's sprints, and they came home, and Mariah was like, "Do you want me to finish your hair?" And I was like, "Okay,
yes, please."
no."
Can't go to a wedding with your hair half done. So, all right. Well, welcome. We are here. Why is my hair all over me? I keep finding hairs, and I'm like, oh, okay, it's time to wash. Good morning. Welcome. We're here for the final 4 hours of the 24-hour sprints. I am going to be taking us through these last few hours. So, Neva, since it's been a while, would you like to introduce yourself real quick?
Sure. I am Neva. My channel is ReadingWhenNeva. I am the crazy one that decided 24-hour sprints once a month was a good idea.
I'm the mad scientist that decided this was a fun thing to do.
Sometimes I'm a chaos gremlin. It's okay. On my channel, we do things. We do sprints. We do vlogs. We're now doing diamond painting.
Oh, nice.
That's what we're doing over there. I am very behind on videos. So there's been no videos up because depression is real. And we're finally coming out of it, but it took me out for like 2 weeks. So there will be videos soon. When?
Who knows?
And my TBR game that was supposed to launch in October is probably not going to launch until November.
Yeah.
Because that 2 weeks of doing nothing productive made it so that getting that finalized wasn't a thing. So I'm probably just doing I'm probably just gonna let Ari spin the wheel for my October TBR. I'll just put the books that I want to read on there, and just let her spin, and whatever. I know you love the spinner wheel. I always do when you say wheel because I like the spinner wheel. I know. And then we'll just let her spin the wheel, and whatever it lands on is what I read. So
it's me. I love that. You'll have to figure out a way to get the spinner wheel into your TBR game somehow.
I'm gonna have to, because she loves the spinner wheel. I might use it as like a way to move around the board. Do like 1 through 9 or something, and just use that as my way of moving around the board.
You could also do it as like a punishment thing or a reward thing, like if you land on a certain spot.
Yeah.
Oh, that's. I don't even remember what we're doing for the theme for the TBR game. It's been so long. But I'm sure there's something that, like, if you land on a certain spot, it makes that month harder. You don't want to do a lot.
I mean, I can tell everyone what it is because everyone will forget by the time it launches. But my game is based off of Taco Bell.
So, like, the extra hot sauce, like the super spicy hot sauce.
So, like, I have a game board that will have things from Taco Bell on it. So it will have, like, a taco, cheesy gordita crunch, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And then I'm trying to figure out how to incorporate the sauce packets in, since we have, what are they, mild, hot, Fire and Diablo. I feel like those could be used somehow for punishments.
Yep.
You know? So
And that's perfect. Like you have, depending on how many spaces, you have 4, so you could just start like earlier on the board. The punishment is less, and then the final punishment is
yeah. So I'm trying to figure out exactly how to incorporate everything, but I needed to come up with something that was like not done yet. You know?
That makes sense. That makes a whole lot of sense. You know? So, all right, let's get to these comments real quick. Good morning, Dr. B. Hello. Good evening, Krystal. And I believe Nicole as well. It's been a long day, but I am still here on my 16th hour sprint.
Yeah, she's been here since the second round because she got on with Tina at 4. So she's been on like 6 a.m. her time.
Good Lord. I couldn't.
Nicole is a trooper this round.
I would be such a zombie. So, Krystal is hoping to finish her diamond painting and another choker for audio before bed. Wide awake, so that's good. Yep. Morning, Cool Gamer. Good morning, Lexi. Getting ready to help my sister move. Good morning, Nadine. Good morning. Nadine is reading A Flicker in the Dark by Statue Willingham. Nice. You got an E. Harris. Hello, welcome. Got that. Could the hot sauce be equal to the level of spice the book needs to have?
Krystal, we're gonna have to brainstorm. I'll put it in the big group chat. We're gonna have to brainstorm because I need to come up with how to do this. There's got to be some way.
Yeah.
Because obviously I have to have prompts.
Mm-hmm. That is how TBR games work.
Like prompt cards. So I need to figure out what each of the prompt cards need to be and then incorporate the sauces into that, I think.
Yeah. That would probably be the way to go. Let's see. Krystal's, I plan to try and do that 1 month. I'm not sure what we're trying to do, but cool. Let us know, Krystal, because we've probably moved on. E. Harris is starting The Exorcist. Dr. B got back from a walk with the pup, listening to Hello Stranger by Catherine Center. Nicole is feeling a bit zombish. I have gone into a few things, like pick up my kids and done some shopping during the sprints. Nice. It's nice that things can we can get things going for you. I am hopefully going to use these sprints to get set ready for filming because I've got a bunch of stuff I want to film this weekend. When will I edit it and get it done? I don't know.
That's a great question because my ping pong thing never went up. I mean, it's edited. I had the energy to make a thumbnail? No. Also, Rise Vlog is like half edited. It's done, but it's like half edited. And then my mental health was like, just kidding, ma'am.
Oh no. That's such a pain in the ass.
Oh, she's saying that 1 month she's gonna try to be on for at least 16 hours.
For the whole 16 hours, and you'll be on cam the whole time. Noted.
You let me know when you want to do that, Krystal.
Well, we'll see how that goes for you, Krystal. So, okay, I think what we're going to do for the first one is we're going to do an hour-long sprint because I'm going to go jogging, which means I'll need a little extra time. So let me go ahead. I'm going to pull up. You guys don't need to see the difficulty class checks for a D&D game. That doesn't help anyone. All right, let's put this for full screen, and we'll do this the nice way to do this. All right. What are you reading, by the way, Neva? I didn't ask that.
I should finish ACOTAR since I only have like 2 hours
of it left.
Yeah, or you can say hi. Here, say hi.
Hi.
Hi, I'm eating pepperoni pizza.
Nice.
She's eating cold pizza for breakfast because why not? Go sit down and eat it.
I'm not eating it for breakfast. I'm eating it
for a snack.
No, for an appetizer.
Oh, an appetizer.
Until you get my cereal.
Okay, an appetizer.
Oh, okay. It's tiding her over. I've done.
I got you. Go sit
Krystal
down,
says
please.
we'll have to wait until Adeline's like 5 for her to do.
What's her name again?
I'm Margaret.
Hi, Margaret.
Hey, Ari. All right.
Margaret was going to be on camera.
Yeah, that's why I said I had to go to Margaret's channel. Silly. Yeah, I should finish Akatar. Will I finish Akatar? I don't know. Am I watching diamond painting videos currently? Yes.
Yeah.
That happens.
Imagine
Sometimes
that.
it happens. Sometimes you, instead of doing what you meant to do last night, you end up watching an hour's worth of videos on the Amazon affiliate program. So
That also does happen.
Infinite Possibilities has joined us. I have slept and had coffee. Now I'm here. Welcome. Welcome. Let us know what everyone is reading in. If you haven't already, let us know what you're reading in the comments. We're going to go to our first sprint. I probably am not going to read a book because I don't have anything I'm interested in right now. I don't think. Am I? Do I? I don't know.
What is reading at this point?
I'm just not feeling books right now.
I
That's
finished
entirely to do with stress levels, though.
the last book I finished was Pucking Wild. That was like, I don't know, 3 or 4 days ago, and it was a 6-star book. And then I'm like, okay, great. I've done
I
what
don't need to read any more books.
Yeah, I'm sitting here like I've done what I need to do for the month, considering that I read 15 books last month. So
One of the things that needs to get filmed is my wrap up for various parts of last month. So, yeah. I'm gonna do it in two things because one's gonna just be my manga wrap up, and then the other one's gonna be the other books I read. So, all right. Anyways, I am gonna get this timer started though. We're gonna stop jabbering and 3, 2, 1, let's go. Wow, perfect timing.
Right.
Welcome back, everyone. How are we doing? Looks like the diamond painting came out.
Yes. Well, this is the other one that I'm like working on, but she's just going away for now because this is like it's square diamonds and it just takes
So much longer.
Yeah. It just takes so much longer to do the same amount of real estate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I do have this one. Hold on. I don't want to like notorious for just dumping diamonds down my body. But I am. What the hell? Hold on. Got a rogue diamond here. Okay, here we go. But I'm working on this one.
Nice.
So it'll look like this when it's done.
Oh, cute.
So it's for Ari. It's from her show Chip and Potato.
Let me see it. Let me see it right now.
So this is Chip. Why do you need
Let me
to
see it.
Where's your sticker, bro? Give me that one because I need that for the top of my
Nice.
case. No, I need it for the top of my case, bro.
I went on my jog and I made tea. So I feel like that's a very productive hour. So, anyways, how did everyone else do? Let's see. Where did we leave off? Oh my gosh. We got so many people in when we went to sprints. Hi, Ulysses. Hey, Ro. Welcome, Brianna. Reading, you're not supposed to die tonight and drinking coffee. You need to go to shower at some point. I need to do that here in. I'm gonna put something in my hair first though, because we need to do that. Elena is here. You're good. You're good. Sprints are come when you can and go when you need to. You do not have to be here at just a definite time. I'm going to read for the next sprint. Just finished my book, The Unwinding by George Packer. Yes, what Dr. B said. Also out here doing my job for me. Please do boop the like button. Apparently that really helps people get their, like, YouTube pays attention to that. And I forget that all the time. But yeah, if you want to pop down and hit that like button, I would appreciate it. We're trying to get these videos to more people because eventually I would like to have this be some of what I do full time. Good morning, Carissa. We got to 43 pages of Hello Stranger. Page 144, and only have the ears left of Krystal's elephant diamond painting. Cleaned the kitchen and read 20 pages of When God Was a Rabbit. Interesting. It's an interesting title. 84% in my book. Now I'm painting my nails. Ooh, nice. What color are we painting them? We need to know. Are we doing anything fancy? I used to do, I think that's actually how my Instagram started, is I used to do like really, really basic nail art. I don't know what got me into that. I can't remember. So I didn't do it for very long because nail polish just, there is no point on my nails because it comes off so easily. Oh, I need to get that downstairs. That's the house key. Hello, Autumn joined last sprint reading Corrupt. Good so far. Good. Carissa is reading The Maid and just hit the 50% mark. How are we feeling about it? And E. Harris barely read 15 pages. Nice. Yeah, I don't know how much reading's going to get done. I think today is going to be a podcast kind of day for me. You know, I think that's what we're going to be doing. Or YouTube videos to get ready to do stuff. So, how is your book going? Neva, you're muted.
I did not read at all.
At all?
I've just been watching YouTube.
Yeah, and now we're watching this movie.
I'm not watching Toy Story, bro.
Mommy, I'm not trying to.
Listen, Ari, I don't watch Toy Story because Toy Story makes me cry, and I just I don't. I bet it does. I just don't feel like crying. Yes.
So many kids cry all the time, and they still want to watch it.
I mean, that's fine. That's great.
Watch this.
Some people like that. Some people do not like crying all the time. So,
of course, I watched Toy Story before you were born, Ari. It came out in 1995.
I was born in 1995.
You were born in 2017, ma'am.
No, I was born
you would not have been able.
78.7.
You would not have been able to be born in 1995 and me be your mother. I'm sorry, that is absolutely not possible.
That's not how that works. That was
2017.
That was 30 years before you were born.
When I was 26. If you'd been born in 1995, I would have been 4 years old. Sit down. Sit. Watch a movie.
I think I'm doing my math wrong, but it's fine. That was a long time ago.
What, 1995?
1995. That was so long ago when you really think about how many years it's been since 1995.
Oh, 1991 is 31 years ago. Maybe 32 years, depending on where your birthday falls. Right? So 95 would have been...
I don't like it.
20...
Like, I know I'm in my 30s.
28?
But, like, it doesn't hit the same as when you start to think, oh, that was 3 decades ago. You know?
Right. Yeah, it just makes you feel like, ew, gross.
It's
3
like,
decades.
oh, yeah, I'm just another year older. It's fine. And then somebody's like, yeah, that was 30 years ago. And you're like, no.
I'm sorry. There was something, what did I see earlier today on Instagram? Oh, this song by JoJo called Baby It's You.
Mm-hmm.
No, you have no idea what I'm talking about. No, not JoJo Siwa. Sit down. Please sit down. It popped up on my thing. I guess I follow I probably do, but I follow like a 90s pop hits like Instagram page. And it popped up on my thing today. I shared it to my story, but it popped up on my thing and it was like, Baby It's You is 19 years old today. And I was like, oh great, thank you for that.
The kids I babysat probably have their own kids at this point. I'm just like, what?
Right. It's weird, bro. I hate it. I hate it. Okay, good job.
Hold on. We got some people talking back. Carissa says the maid is okay. I'm hoping it starts to pick up. I think things may start picking. Yeah. I mean, I think the maid is mystery thriller. Those can sometimes take a minute to really get going. So, good morning, Rainy. Reading Bring Me Your Midnight, and it's so good. Good for you. I just got up with that song still in my head, and I'm ready for coffee. Kate also liked your hair, Neva.
Thank you so much. I also like it. She used more packs of hair.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like more like...
It's fuller?
Yeah. Which is going to be really interesting to try to pull up for work today, which means I'm going to have to go to CVS and get like larger hair ties.
Larger hair ties? Yeah.
I mean, I'll be able to pull it up fine. It's just I don't have any hair ties that are big enough.
That are going to be big enough for you to right now. I understand that problem.
And I wear my hair on top of my head because I have to put a stupid freaking hairnet on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because you have to like pull our hair up, then put a hairnet on, and then put your it's a visor. But so I always pull my hair up into like a top knot. Because otherwise it feels like my hair being in a ponytail inside of the hairnet, it like tickles the back of my neck, so I feel like something's crawling on me, and it's disgusting.
And by the way, guess what?
So
yeah, because you work in the back, don't you?
I mean, yeah. So technically, if you work in the drive-through, or if you work front counter, then you don't have to wear a hairnet. But first of all, because of the shift that I'm on, we all have to wear hairnets because we're just jumping. I mean, there's only 3 of us, so we're jumping in between.
Jumping back and forth. Yeah, that makes sense.
That
was the way it was at Chick-fil-A too. You had to have. You could not. The first time I got a bob was because if your hair was bobbed and you worked in the front, you did not have to put it in a ponytail.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, I mean, like when I first started, they weren't really on me about a hairnet because I was always in the drive-thru window. But I prefer to, honestly, to be on the line. Like, I don't really want to deal with the people if I'm going to be
honest.
And it has to be pulled up to be on the line because, like, people don't want hair in their food. You know what I mean?
No, you don't. Although, I mean, like, when your hair is braided, that doesn't, I would feel that doesn't go to as much shedding as you would have with me.
Which is definitely, like, true. And usually I don't, there are times where I don't wear a hairnet. Like, I'm not going to, like, lie to you and tell you that I wear it all the time.
Yeah.
But I'm also very diligent about the fact that my hair is in a top knot, and then the ends, because these ends are, like, loose, I wrap the ends around the base of the bun and then kind of tuck them in. I'll even, like, stick a bobby pin in there if I need to.
Yeah.
So, like, none of my hair is actually loose.
Yeah.
It's gonna get into someone's food.
What was it? They found, this was back when I was still at Chick-fil-A. But they found that, like, people wearing gloves at fast food restaurants is basically just performative hygiene, because they did a test of washing hands with gloves and then just washing hands. And like, if you are, as long as you are washing your hands properly, which we know a lot of boys don't do.
Right.
As long as you're washing your hands properly. I mean, a lot of us don't know that you need to wash for like 2 minutes. I know that. I still don't most of the time, because why would I do that? But as long as you're washing your hands properly and using hand sanitizer, which we had to do at work anyways,
right?
There's no difference between doing that and also wearing gloves.
I feel like the gloves thing is for like the peace of mind of the customer, like, because I've also seen that where, like, it really, like, you really don't need to wear gloves if you're washing your hands.
Yeah.
But I think that enough people have, like, phobia of people touching their food with you, like, hands that they don't know. You know what I mean? Which, but it's always kind of made me feel weird about it, because, like, we touch everybody's, like, cups and napkins and sauce packets without gloves. Like, nobody, like, you don't wear gloves in the drive-thru.
Yep. But you're not putting that in your mouth. So I understand to some extent why people feel that, don't feel weird about that. I mean, I don't even think twice of it. But yeah, it's mostly there for customer peace of mind. I do think that there's a slight placebo effect. Yeah. Because it reminds you not to touch yourself.
Yeah. Because, I have gloves on. Yeah, because I'll go to, like, grab my phone or something and realize that I still have my gloves on, and I'll take my gloves off before I grab my phone.
Yeah, if you don't know this, I don't know if it's the same way at Taco Bell, if they had you do the same thing, but when I worked at Chick-fil-A, if you touched yourself at all, you had to go wash your hands again.
Yeah, that's our policy also, is if you touch yourself or some kind of object that's, like, foreign to your job, then you have to wash your hands. Every time you take gloves off, you have to wash your hands. Every time you put a new pair of gloves on, you have to wash, like, before you put a new pair of gloves on, you have to wash your hands. I'm not going to tell you that we do that every fucking time, because
I don't miss it.
Sometimes, like, we don't have time to do that shit.
I didn't do it at Chick-fil-A either, because of my skin condition, it means that I am touching myself so often.
Yeah.
So I'd be washing my hands every 30 seconds. I would not have been able to do my job. Now, I was not working with food.
Right.
For the most part. So keep that in mind, people. I worked the drive-thru primarily for
I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, when I take the gloves off, I'm not washing my hands, bro.
I was touching people's money and bagging their food.
Like, if I've just made food on the line and then I take the gloves off, I'm not washing my hands. Also, I will wash my hands, because we have, like, a camera so we can see when people pull into the drive-thru. If I notice that someone's about to pull into the drive-thru, I will go wash my hands. The problem that I have is that I have small hands, so I have to wear the medium-sized gloves, because they're the smallest gloves that we have.
Oh, that's so annoying. No, I'm the same way. I have a small size.
Yeah, I can't get medium-sized gloves on if my hands are even a little bit damp.
Yeah. No. What was it I was gonna say? I don't remember what I was gonna say. Because you said something and that reminded me of something. Oh, like, so washing your hands after you take the gloves off makes sense if you've been dealing with raw meat or raw veggies. Like, if you've
Which
been
we
dealing
don't
with
have.
anything raw, that makes sense.
I mean, the only thing raw that we have is like onion, tomato, and lettuce.
Which, I mean, so vegetables apparently, this is literally what was just on my podcast. This is really funny. Vegetables apparently are the biggest carrier right now of foodborne illnesses.
Which I'm not surprised because lettuce is what gets recalled the most often in fast food, like in general. Like when I worked at McDonald's, our lettuce would get recalled all the time. Since I've only been at Taco Bell now for like just at a year. Like in October I'll be at a year. And we've had lettuce recall at least twice in the year that I've worked there. So like I'm not surprised by that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean there have been times where there was at least one time where we did not have a lick of lettuce in the entire store. So we had to explain to people when they came through the drive-thru to order, like, yes, I can make you a taco, but we've had a lettuce recall, so it's not going to have
no lettuce. Like, we can't get it anywhere.
And I mean, we definitely have like the old people that like want to be like, oh, why can't you go buy lettuce? And I'm like, you literally can't get lettuce from the store right now because we're on a lettuce recall. Like, you don't have lettuce.
If you go and get it from the store, we'll chop it for you. If you can find the lettuce, we will chop it for you.
Like, the amount of people that I've had be like, well, can't you just go buy lettuce somewhere? Do I look like I can leave my job to go to Kroger across the street to get you lettuce? No.
What, you know what's real fun? Because we've had times, so there was, what was it?
Talking about? Because
I think it's when the spicy chicken nuggets came out at Chick-fil-A, or the spicy sandwich. We ran out of, they like underestimated how many people were going, because every week, I don't know if people know this, every week the manager will go through and they'll, based on what they expect from that week's sales or like they'll adjust it for the previous, they adjust the numbers for like, but they have the last week of what was sold. And so they'll go off of that to make sure that we have enough inventory. And they drastically underestimated how many people would want like the spicy meat. And so we didn't have enough thawed. I don't think we had enough in the store, although we get shipments every 2 days. So it was really funny explaining to people why the new sandwich, was it the new sandwich or was it, we ran out of some sort of chicken product. And I think it was because it was still like we were having to quick thaw ship.
Gotcha.
And people were like, how can you be Chick-fil-A and not have chicken? It's like, how do you think we get the food? Do you think we get it raw? Do you think we go out and grab the chicken and kill it in the store?
That's like there have been times where like our truck has been late coming or like it's not gonna come like 6
been there.
And then so I'll be told when I come into work, hey, we only have 4 things of beef left or whatever, like 4 bags of beef. So I'll be like, all right, well, we're going to be as diligent as we can with the beef. But like once we run out of beef, you're going to have to offer chicken, steak, or beans. It's all I have. And then people will come through and it's usually my coworker DeQuez that's in the window on the nights that I work. But he'll be like, hi, before you order, unfortunately, we're out of beef. I can get you chicken, steak, or beans. And like the amount of like, you're out of beef? How are you out of beef? Because my truck hasn't freaking come, bro. Like, I don't slaughter the cow and like make beef on site.
And you can't like, there are certain we're just going off on a food tear, but there are certain products that you can go out and buy. For example, like you can go out and buy apple juice. I know we've gone out and bought, I say we've, like I've worked there in the last 10 years. What was it? Like we've gone out and bought like mayonnaise. Like there are certain things that you are allowed to go out and buy.
Yeah.
There are certain things you are not. Like
right.
It has to be Like it has to be for Chick-fil-A. It has to be the Chick-fil-A chicken. And I don't go there anymore. I don't support them anymore. But that's where I worked for 7 years. This is how I know. I think maybe we've gotten like I don't think we ever ended up getting lettuce. We may have gotten some stuff for some salad. I don't remember. I know there have been a couple of times.
What people don't think about is like fast food restaurants, like chain restaurants or whatever, are not like a mom and pop shop where you can like go to the grocery store and buy this stuff if you run out. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like it doesn't work that way. Like we have like brand stuff that you have to use.
Yeah, there are policies and things. There will be things like sauce shortages. Do you want to know how much fun it is to explain to people that you're out of Chick-fil-A sauce when they come to a Chick-fil-A?
Yeah. We've definitely, and also like the amount of people that don't understand a limited time offer, which Taco Bell is like really big on the limited time offers just because like the menu, like I mean, of course we have like core menu items, but we have things that tend to rotate a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, we haven't had the, like, volcano burrito stuff, like the volcano menu for over a month at this point. Because basically we stopped selling it once we ran out of the lava sauce. Because that was the whole point to the volcano menu, was that you had to have the lava sauce.
The lava sauce.
So once we ran out of lava sauce, people will be like, "You have lava sauce, right?" And we're like, "No." And they're like, well, I had somebody come in last week that was like, well, I was just here 2 days ago and y'all had lava sauce.
Yeah, it's been 2 days.
No, we haven't had lava sauce in over a month, bro. So Dayquez is like trying to talk to this person, is like, unfortunately, like we haven't had lava sauce like in quite a few weeks, blah, 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 blah. And this guy was like, y'all had lava sauce 2 days ago, which of course, like they always, the boys, when they get stressed out with customers, they make me talk to them because I just like pull out the mom voice. Like, I don't have time for you. So he's like arguing, and I was like, unfortunately, sir, we haven't had lava sauce in over a month at this point. I was like, so can I get you something else? And he's like, oh, yeah. You can just give me the creamy jalapeno sauce. Like, why did you need to argue for 5 minutes?
That's the nice thing about being a regular and going into the store. Because like I used to go to Starbucks a lot of the time, and I would get the Valencia Orange Refresher with no water. So that's like straight up caffeine and orange juice, basically.
Right.
And so when they were starting to discontinue it, the people at the because I was to the point, like, and it partly was because of one of my friends had worked there, and she was the one that said, like, you should do it this way. This is really good. And I would go to specific, like, the store I went to, they didn't charge you if you did no water. Some of the stores would. And I was like, I don't care if you do it or you don't do it. Just be consistent between stores. But when they started running out, my local, the one that I went to the most and like knew the people there a little bit, they started going, hey, Margaret, just so you know, they're discontinuing this in blah, 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 blah. So just so you're aware.
Yeah.
We know you're going to be real disappointed. We're going to save you. It was really fun. Like, we'll save you one. I was like, just send me home with one. What do I got to do for you to send me home with one?
Right.
I still miss that. That was so good. I'd go and I'd get a venti of that thing, and I would sit and write. And I didn't get it for the caffeine because caffeine doesn't affect me high. That should have been if I had.
The only thing caffeine does for me is it keeps migraines away.
Yeah, it will. So if I have caffeine too close to when I go to bed, it will make it harder for me to sleep, but I don't feel jittery. I tried coffee one time when I had my first like 5 or 6 a.m. shift at Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
Which I got like 2 sips in, hated it, but I did feel the buzz. Yeah. And it has not worked the same ever since.
Sit down.
And this was almost 15 years ago? 10 years ago? If I had known that was a sign of ADHD, I probably would have gotten diagnosed by now.
So because of working at Dunkin' for as long as I did.
Yeah, because you guys are all coffee.
I just kind of got like immune to coffee because that's constantly like what I was drinking at work. Like I was
Yeah.
either drinking coffee or I was drinking the sweet tea. So it just got to the point where like coffee doesn't really do a lot for me. So like I only really drink it on days that I'm off work. And I drink
Mhm.
it for the taste of it. I don't drink it for the caffeine part of it.
Cannot relate.
But I do drink either soda, which mostly Coke, or coffee to help with my migraine management because I don't this is gonna sound so stupid because like technically caffeine is a drug, but I don't love taking pills.
Mhm.
Not a thing that I love to do with my, past addiction issues.
Yeah.
So I would rather like drink a can of Coke and call it a day.
Mhm. Mhm. Well, that, and I think if you think about it, like having to do, I think caffeine probably has fewer side effects than having to do chronic like ibuprofen or something like that.
Yeah.
So like my dad, he's got kidney issues and he can't do I think it's Tylenol. He's not allowed to have that anymore because of how it affects you. And it's that's not to say don't take it. It's to say that like you've got to be you want to make sure that you are
Be
staying
careful.
within guidelines.
Yeah.
Because and that's part of why I'm a person that's like, if I am in pain, I'm gonna take pain medications. Just
Right.
gonna do that. And if you have chronic pain, that's why some of the other medications that they have that are being demonized right now, and like people, they give you a real hard time about if you take it, those are actually better for you in the long run for pain management than like Tylenol, Advil, aspirin. I think aspirin and Tylenol are separate things.
Yeah, they are. Ibuprofen, yeah.
Anyways, I know antihistamines. I don't know pain medication. But that, which is frustrating because of the way that people have started, they have decided to use them as recreational drugs, and we attack them for that. But yeah. So like, it's not to say don't take them. It's to say if you are, make sure you're not taking like above the recommended dose, and you're not taking them chronically. You might want to talk to your doctor if you're taking them chronically. Let's see, Brianna, going back to this, my 7-year-old son always makes me feel old by saying, "Oh, you were born in the 1900s." That boy is just showing off that he knows what I feel like he learned what the 1900s were recently. And so he just wants you to know that he now knows what that is.
Right.
Oh, Carissa, I just hit my 30th birthday this year, and I did have a breakdown. To be honest, Carissa, I am happier in my 30s than I was in my 20s.
I mean, listen, my 30s are still a struggle, but I'm happier. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm struggling less in the last couple of years just because of, job stuff. But
my 20s were like not something to write home about.
It's not as old as I thought it was.
It's just,
and I think, yeah.
And this like weird like societal thing where like you're supposed to have your life together by 25, ma'am. Absolutely
not. I'm going to have to vehemently disagree with that, Nicole. I don't think, like, old gets older the older I get. I don't feel that 53 is old.
I don't feel like 53 is old either.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably middle-aged, but that's not old. I also have a little bit different perspective, though, because my parents are in their 70s, so they're about 10 years older than most of my friends' parents. Because they didn't have me and my brother until they were in their 30s. So.
See, and my mom was 16 when she had me, so for the longest time, like, it felt like my friends' parents were old. Because, like, really, like, most of my friends...
the opposite effect.
Well, most of my friends' parents are the age that my grandparents are.
Whew.
But that's because my mom was 16 when she had me, right? So my grandma, right, is 72.
Mm-hmm.
But like most of the friends that I have that are my age, or we'll say 5 or so years older than me, their parents are the same age as my grandma.
So like your mom is probably more like, well, no, because you said you were born in 91, so you're a millennial.
Yeah,
Your mom
my mom was born in 75. She would be, if she was
Gen
alive,
X.
she would be 47 years old.
Yeah.
You're talking about
So okay, interesting. I'd have to look at 81 was the cutoff for millennial, so she's actually very late Gen X.
Yeah, she would be late Gen X. Yeah.
Yeah. She would be the 95, 96 baby for the millennial. Be like, I relate more. So who was I was watching somebody who was like, yeah, I relate more to Gen Z, but technically I'm a millennial. And I'm just like, yeah, babe, there's an entire conversation around people born in 95 and 96, sir. Have you not, you're on the internet. Had you not know about it?
Right.
It's always interesting to figure out generations because so most of my friends' parents are Gen X. My parents are boomers.
Right. So like my grandma is a boomer. But like Mr. ReadingWhenNeva is Gen X.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think Mariah is technically a millennial, but she is like
Barely.
She's an older millennial because she's 40. So like she's like at the very end of.
She would, if she's 40, she'd be like a couple of years in. So it's very interesting when you look at, and I don't know if we're going to see this come up with Gen X as well. But people say you can see, like, you can tell which millennials are the elder millennials because they typically, by looking at their careers, because they typically were established in their careers when the 2008 recession hit.
And she was
like, yeah, versus us middle and younger millennials, like that's just when we're starting college, just when we're starting getting jobs. And so we were like just financially screwed by that. It's very fun.
No joke.
When I worked at Burger, that's how I was when I worked I was always put on the front counter or the drive-through, and it drove me nuts. I was always told I was good at my job, so let me be in the back.
Yeah, I just don't. I only have like so much capacity to be in the window. Like I'm good at it, but like I only have so much. I mean, I would rather be on the headset, like taking orders, because I can mute the headset. Like if I want to cuss you out, like I can mute the headset and roll my eyes. If you put me in the window, I have to look you in the face and smile, and I don't always feel like doing that.
Oh, see, I was very good at that. I could.
I'm good at it. I just don't always feel like doing it. You know what I mean?
Apparently, I was a pro masker.
Like you're not gonna know that I'm annoyed.
No. What? So it's funny, like because my voice is like this. It's higher. It's naturally cheerful. It doesn't take a lot of effort for me to just be like, "Hey, hi."
Hi, how are you? Yeah.
I would have mornings that I was like,
Who is that?
"Thank you for choosing 4th Street Chick-fil-A. This is Margaret. How can I care for you today?" Nope, that's not what I was. Like that. I don't remember what my catchphrase was, but I just be like, "Hi," and people are like, "Oh, you're so cheerful." I'm like, my face is literally like.
People do that to me also because so like at Taco Bell, the way that we greet people is we're supposed to greet them like we're talking to them on the phone. So we're supposed to greet them like, "Hi, how are you?" Like that's how we greet them, and then usually you get like, "Oh, I'm good. How are you?" Like it becomes like a conversation, right? So I will be literally scowling. And I'll be like, "Hi, how are you?" I'll be like, "Hi, how are you?" And they'll be like, "Oh, hi. I'm good. How are you?" And I'm like, "I'm great. What can I get for you?" Like that's how it comes out, but like to them it sounds cheerful as shit. And I'm like, I am literally wanting to leave this place.
Yeah. No, I remember what I did because I was the alliteration and catchphrase girly at my Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
Which meant that everyone at my store, they'd be like, "Listen to how Margaret does it." Because I would like, "What can I get for you on this marvelous Monday?" People loved it. I had fun with it.
When I moved here, the Indiana Dunkin', they like didn't. Okay, so I was trained a certain way at the Florida Dunkin'. We literally would. The greeting that we would give was, "Thanks for running on Dunkin'. How can I help you?"
Yeah.
So like it would like beep in your ear and be like, thanks for running on Dunkin'. How can I help you? Like that's how we would have to talk, right? So when I moved to Indiana and I got a job at Dunkin', I mean it was a shitty Dunkin', but when I got the job at Dunkin', I was already trained that way. So I just automatically did it. And so because the district manager was in the store one day when I was doing it, and he was like, where did you learn that? And I was like, at Dunkin' in Daytona Beach, Florida. Like I was like, we literally were trained that way. That was the only way you could greet people, or you could use a variation. Like you could say like, thanks for running on Daytona Dunkin' or something like that. But like it had to be the thanks for running on Dunkin' thing had to be in there. So he trained all of the people at that place, like at that Dunkin', to greet people that way because he liked it so much.
Yeah.
And I was like, I think it sounds stupid, but it's fine.
They didn't, well, people like that kitschy kind of stuff. They didn't force anyone to do stuff. We have been talking for so long. They didn't force anyone to do stuff, to do that stuff, but like they would be like, see how Margaret does it? Like you want to have that energy. But I was running, that's part of why I ended up like running the drive-through when I was at Chick-fil-A. Like I was running the drive-through. I was the one like putting people, like I knew how to do the entire job. I could do it by myself if I had to, which I did in the mornings. So like, it's funny. Part of why I quit Chick-fil-A was because I had been running the drive-through for 2 years at that point. And this is nothing against the girl that ended up, but they promoted someone else who'd been working with us for 6 months to a drive-through manager. And didn't even like, I didn't want the job. I did not want to be a manager because I saw how the owner treated the managers and like the fact that like he blamed them for stuff that was out of their control. Hi, Dave, if you're watching.
But it was the principle of the thing.
But it was like they did not even talk to me about it.
Yeah, this happened to me at McDonald's, and then I ended up quitting because Ari, you want to work at McDonald's? Bye. You go work there then. It's so great. Yeah. But that's actually why I ended up. Okay, great. Okay, bye. But that's why I ended up stopping or quitting McDonald's. Ultimately, was because really like the straw that broke the camel's back on that was that we got hit with the pandemic and they wouldn't work with me on taking a couple of days off so I could find different daycare for Ari. But I was also like, you know what? Forget it. Because like you're out here just like hiring other people and promoting them. I've been standing here for 4 years. You haven't even
talked to me about it.
It took 4 years for me to get to $9 an hour, bro. Absolutely not goodbye.
Yeah, no, I loved working there. If it was like, I love working food service and I love working customer service, but it is exhausting because you have to deal with those people. Elena saw Aladdin yesterday. Good for you. I want to go see that someday. That's my favorite Disney movie. Probably a little sketchy, but it is my favorite. It is for the piece of, because they can't see you washing your hands. They don't know. Yeah. So like I understand it to some extent because it covers your ass. It makes the customers feel better, but it's one of those things that I'm just like, we're wasting so much stuff. Like,
I would just personally like to know how many of those customers that would be like up in arms if we didn't wash our hands, wash their hands before they touch food.
Yeah, true.
You know?
They're less likely to give themselves food poisoning, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
Exhausted Flamingo, hated customer service. K. Simmons, money is gross. Yeah, my favorite is when someone pulls up in the drive-thru and they've got their money in their bra. And you still
disgusting. And when you live in Florida, you will understand this. When you live in Florida and you pull out a wad of $20 bills to pay me in the drive-thru.
Mm-hmm. Like, at least pull it out before you get to the window. I don't need to know it was there. I don't care if you keep it there.
And now it's like sweaty and gross. Mm-hmm. And I have to like lay it in a different section of the drawer so that it can dry out. Man.
I've never had any that was gross and sweaty. But I have had like she literally had a hole in the front of her shirt, and she just reached in, grabbed her money, hands it to me. I'm like, ma'am, could you not have done this where I couldn't see it?
Could you not have done this while you were waiting to pull up to my window?
Yeah, exactly. Medium goes, listen, the stores get medium and they get large. They do not care about us people with the small hands.
Yeah, we get medium, large, and extra large.
I'm not sure what this one's about. I think Taco Bell is all bags, right? I could be wrong, though. It is a good thing to wear gloves when you deal with onion. It took me forever to get the onion smell off my hands last night. Oh, I don't, meh. Bookish Brew has joined us. Good morning, Morgan. Dogs are taken care of. I have coffee. I'm currently reading The Hacienda. I have been drinking since high school, and I've always blamed my sister for my addiction. Oh gosh. Lara, hey Laura, welcome. It's more time to pick a new book to read. Krystal finished her diamond painting. Does she start another one or go to bed?
For diamond painting?
Yeah, her diamond painting.
You have somewhere to be tomorrow?
I mean, tomorrow is Sunday for her.
Right. So, I mean, you have somewhere to be on a Sunday? If not, I vote to stay up. But I'm also a bad influence. And we're at the point of this 24-hour live stream where I am starting to get tired. Which means I'm starting to get a little punchy. Which means I'm not a great influence.
That's funny. Kay says, I stopped drinking soda a few years ago, but when I had a migraine, get a migraine, I get a Pepsi. It usually helps. I used to take some meds, but without the soda, I would be taking so much more. Yeah. My mother used to love Pepsi, and then she developed an allergy to it. So she can still drink it. She just has to drink it through a straw.
What?
Nicole is Gen X. I was born in 1960. See, like 1970s, not that long ago. It's not that long ago. Carissa, my parents are baby boomers. They were born in 49. Mine were born in 53. So
that's what see, this is what I mean. That's what my opa and my grandma Nancy were both born in 73 as well.
Yeah. In 73 or 53?
53 is what I meant.
53.
My mother was born in 75, so they couldn't have possibly been born.
I was going to say that. The math ain't mathin'. It happens. Nicole, yeah, votes start another. Elena, I will be reading Charred by Imola Bazelon. And Carissa, I was a late bloomer. You know, some of us are. Sometimes we just are. It's really funny, the number of women in their 30s and 40s that are like, yeah, your 20s are shit. 30s and 40s are much better. You're figuring stuff out in your 20s. You don't, like, that's my biggest thing about, like, the way we treat high schoolers. Like, oh, you have to figure out what you're going to do for the rest of your life at 8
now.
Actually, 16, because you start applying to colleges. Nah, honey, just find something that you will enjoy going to school for. Think about career options, sure. But, like, don't stress about it. You are probably not going to... You're not going to use you may not use your degree you are not going to use it for the rest of your life. You're going to change careers.
You're probably not going to get a degree in something that's going to work for the rest of your life. Some people do.
Mine is in theater.
That's what I'm saying. Like, because here's the thing. So, like, if I had gone to college, I would have gone for vocal music.
Yeah.
Probably with a minor in theater, to be honest.
Yeah.
So, like, am I going to become a Broadway star? Probably not. Maybe, but probably not.
You're like, that seems unlikely at this point in my life.
I suppose it's a possibility, okay? I did audition for The Voice last year. I did not get chosen, but I did do the audition. So, like, I suppose it's a possibility.
Audition before I was even born?
No.
This is a thing that could happen.
In the realm of possibilities. But, like, probably I'm not going to go to school for theater and vocal music and then get to be on a Broadway musical. Like, I'm probably not.
I mean, there are, like, one of my classmates, he did. He was in, actually, it was really funny because he was in The Lightning Thief. Not when I got to see it. George had moved on by that point. But we were in school together. And some of my classmates did. A lot of my classmates, they're probably doing local theater, or they are doing like they're like me and they're doing something completely unrelated
Right.
at this point. So it's just like college degrees are good and fun, but they don't mean as much as they did when my mom was getting her degree, you know?
Right, because then everybody was going to school for a career. They weren't
Well,
going.
it's not even that. It's that when my mom was getting her degree, not as many people had them. So the fact that you had a bachelor's degree was a big deal. Now
Right.
what they want is they want a master's degree. That's the one that's the big deal, a master's degree or a PhD. At which point you are overeducated for most of the jobs that would have required a bachelor's degree.
Well, not everyone wants to put in that much schooling. Like,
yeah.
there's a lot of schooling.
Sorry, not no. So, anyways, we should probably do another sprint because it's almost 10 a.m. and we have been talking for 45 minutes at this point, which is fun, but I don't think that's what people are here for. So, I got the timer up.
Yes.
3, 2, 1, let's go. Welcome back, everyone. That was a good sprint. I got a lot clean. I can probably tell if you were watching. Okay, welcome. How did everyone do? I folded laundry, got more laundry to go in the washer, and made my bed. Changed my sheets too, because we had a hard time doing that last weekend, so we just went ahead and did it. So I didn't have to fold those.
Ari, do what I said right now.
I did. It's my favorite color. Even this.
Rest of those clothes. I am currently kitting down this diamond painting that's squares
Yeah.
so that I can kit up my other. I posted a picture of it to my Instagram, but I have another kit that will work for drills and chills that is rounds. Because here's what had happened. I bought one kit on purpose in square because I wanted to try squares. Because I was like, I'm not gonna know like I'm not gonna get good at squares if I never do them. But the second kit that I ordered that is squares was an accident. I didn't realize that it was squares. Like I didn't read the description well enough.
Yeah.
So I have 2 square kits now, and I'm like, these are gonna take me forever. To do, but I want to be able to like, I don't know that I'll like win anything, but like I still want to be able to like participate and like enter a kit into drills and chills.
Yeah.
So I was like, forget it. I'm just going to open up this other kit and kit it up. But that means that I have to kit down this other one that's squares. Otherwise, I don't have enough storage containers for all the drills.
That makes sense.
Which I'm almost done kitting it down, and kitting up doesn't usually take me that long, so.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because you don't have to put stuff away.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to tear shit apart than to put it away.
Right. I did listen to 30 minutes of this audiobook.
Mm-hmm.
So I only have an hour and a half left.
Good. Listen, you could finish that today if you wanted to.
Yeah, it'll get finished before I leave work tonight.
Yeah.
Just because I recognize that I'm slumpy right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I also recognize that my usual solution for a slump is to read smut, but I just don't really feel like reading with my eyes.
Yeah.
So reading smut has been difficult because most of what I have is Kindle Unlimited without audios.
Yeah.
But I did find Twisted by Emily McIntyre on my Hoopla. So I might listen to that when I'm done with this, just because I've been trying to read that book for like the last 2 days.
Yeah.
And I want to read it. Like I think about it like when I'm not reading it.
Mm-hmm.
But when I actually go to like physically pick my Kindle up, I'm like, I don't feel like
reading,
looking at words. So I
what
think
are words?
Right. So
Never heard of them.
I think if they just read it to me, that will be better.
Yeah.
That having people read stuff to you is always better. Gonna be honest.
It's called an audiobook.
Yeah.
You do like audiobooks.
Do you know what kind of audiobook I do like?
What kind?
Harry Potter.
I know. That's what I was about to say. You do like audiobooks. You just need mommy.
I don't like yours, but I like my.
Well, that's fine. But you just need me to slow them down, which I always forget. And stuff.
I don't think you're supposed to like mommy's audiobooks.
Yeah, I think the only audiobooks that you like that mommy listens to is Harry Potter, bro.
Yep. Mommy, my grandpa is this audiobook for like this one.
No.
Okay.
And
let's see. Oh, go ahead.
And that's quite literally because I've owned the Harry Potter audiobooks
for a while.
For like 15 years. So like.
No,
yeah.
16 years.
Let's see. Dr. B finished Hello Stranger, 4.5 stars. Elena's going to read for the next break and after the break, so she will read twice. Brianna is doing Patreon sprints, but just finished Children of Fallen Gods last night, 4 stars. Now moving on to Dark Corners by Megan Golden. So I'm guessing it wasn't good enough that you jumped right into the 3rd book, because I think you mentioned that that's a possibility. Nicole has 5 pages left of her book. Ulysses is a little tired. I would understand, especially if you've been on these sprints for a heckin' while.
I'm also a little tired.
Took a nap. Good. Autumn says, girl, same. To get out of a slump, I gotta read smut.
Yeah, like and the thing is like I know myself well enough to know that when I say I need to read smut, it's not like your dad will do kind of smut. It's like smut that also has plot, because like Pucking Wild, I gave that 6 stars.
Yeah.
And in a slump, I'm not giving books 5 and 6 stars.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that that's what I need, is like the spice of a smut book. I just, after reading Pucking Wild, which was like 550 pages or something ridiculous, I just don't feel like reading another book that is that I have to physically read. And luckily, Emily McIntyre has all of hers on audio.
That makes sense.
And
Yeah.
I can get all of her audios on Hoopla. So.
Mm-hmm. That's good. I mean, go for it. Go for it. Whatever you need to do to get the reading going. I mean, honestly, I'll take that back. Sometimes you need a break from reading. That probably doesn't sound like, but sometimes people need a break. And that is understandable. So, that's all good. Okay, I think we're going to do one more sprint and then we'll close this all out. Let me... Oh, I love it when my own video is being... My last week's sprints are being plugged. Should I change that?
I love when my own videos also like show up on my like
on your feed. Like, bro, what are you doing?
And I'm like, clearly I'm not gonna watch this. I made it.
I watched it 14 times already, my friend. Don't make me watch it again.
Right. Like I could literally just quote it for you at this point because I had to watch it 12 times to edit it. So
watched it like 3 times to get the edit done, and that's not even counting all the times that I had to make myself repeat it to figure out where I was going to cut something. And then I had to watch it to get the chapters and to see when I got to put cards in, like my friend.
And if it's a vlog, I probably also watch each individual clip 15 times each, so that every time that I filmed a new clip, I knew where I left off.
Oh, see, that's smart. I don't do that. I'm bad.
If I feel
probably do that.
Okay. If I feel like I'm repeating things, like if I'm like, I feel like I've already said this. This feels like deja vu. I will go back to like not the original clip, like not like the first clip, but I will go back to the clip before the one that I'm about to record. To make sure that in that clip I didn't talk about it. Because if I didn't talk about it in the immediate clip before, I don't care if I talked about it in a earlier clip.
Yeah. I just edit that stuff out because sometimes, like, once I've gotten through the whole vlog, it'll make sense for me to have talked about it in one spot or another spot, or I will have been, like, my thoughts will sound more put together in one spot versus another spot. So I'm just like, all right, it's cool if I repeat myself. I'll just edit this part out, or edit it so it's shorter. Like, there's a lot of the time you'll see me go, yeah, blah, 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 happened, and I'm still feeling this way about this. So there is that. But anyways, give me just a moment. Let's pull this back up. Okay, so final sprint, my friends. Probably. I think that should put us at, that should put us right at the end, and we can have some good chat and then catching up before we go. So, nope, I can't push play on this screen. Let's do it on this one. All right, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Welcome back, everyone. I'm gonna be honest, I mostly just chilled that time.
I kitted up this kit and then started working on it, so.
Nice. How far did you get?
Oh, not far. Like, I have, like, hold on. I have, like, 2 rows done, I think.
Nice.
Not even, like, full rows done, but, like, excuse me, bag. Okay, I don't know what that goes to. That's cool. That much.
I see.
I
Nice.
literally, like, just started.
Okay.
But I think this one will go much faster. And then I can just do this one for drills and chills, and I'll just work on the other 2 when I have time.
On your own time when you're not having to worry about stuff. That makes sense. So, okay. Let's see how everyone else did. Let me know how y'all did. K7 said goals today is to finish 15 granny squares, clean the house before the daughters come over for dinner, and finish an audiobook. Thank you for booping the like button. Awesome. Brianna is on page 56 of Dark Corners. Kay got to chapter 6 and finished 2 squares. Good for you. And Nicole finished her second book of the 24 hours and made it 20 hours of sprints. Hung out with my granddaughter, did a lot of diamond painting / coloring with her. Oh, nice. They're going bike riding tomorrow and plant shopping. We love to see it.
Wonderful.
That reminds me, I need to go water my plants downstairs. Because we water the snake plant once a week right now. So, how did everyone else do? Are we still watching YouTube, or did you get any of the book done this time?
I listened to about 10 minutes of the book. And then I got a notification that there was a new, like, a true crime YouTuber that I watch has a new video. So I started watching that. I didn't get very far.
Ooh, what true crime are we watching?
So have you heard about the vlog mom that got arrested last week?
8 passengers? Oh, I'm in the Fundy Fridays sphere. So yes, I've seen a lot about that.
So I also follow Funny Fridays also. But Elise is talking about it.
Yeah.
On 10 to Life.
Yeah.
And I've been following other people too, but I'm pretty picky about the commentary YouTubers that I follow.
Yeah.
Just because some of them, are far conservative, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But try to, like, make it seem like they're not, like, it's brainwashy. And some of them just aren't, they're not sensitive.
Yeah.
Around sensitive topics. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I understand that one. I know part of the reason I'm picky about, like, what true crime stuff I watch, because like I like it when it's an actual, like, journalist or someone who's sitting there going, okay, so here are the misconceptions around this case. Here is the information, like, making sure that you have the full picture. Some of them, sometimes it's like, why are we telling this? Like, I'll see, like, other people who are just, like, people being like, it's like, why are we telling this story? Like, we're not, it's not doing anything. Like, we're just dragging this family or whatever's going on, their dirty laundry out for everyone to talk about and debate and have these conversations about and judge. So it's like, I'm like, you have to be aware of, like, how are you going to affect these people's lives sometimes.
And this might just be because, like, I podcasted in the true crime space, right? So, like, we always made sure, like, to do our research, do our due diligence, cross, all that. I feel like for the most part, I can tell, especially with true crime YouTubers, who is doing it. In a minute. Who is doing it, like, legitimately as a job, right? So who's approaching it, even if they're not a journalist, they're trying to approach it that way, making sure all their stuff is right, and who is just doing it because it's a niche on YouTube that will get you monetized quickly.
Yeah. See, I've watched a few of them where it's like, I don't know. There was one that was about a woman that disappeared and was like she was kidnapped off of her bicycle going home.
Yeah.
And the one person I watched, I'm sitting there like, you're like, I don't know. Some of these, it's like you're just telling this story for the clicks and for the sensationalization of it. And I feel like there's going to be something more if you are going to be digging up and telling people's stories like this. Like there has to be more justification than just this is an interesting story and it's going to get you views. You know what I mean?
Right. And I don't mind true crime or commentary YouTubers that kind of interject like with their own feelings and stuff. I've definitely
that's good to go. I want to hear that stuff.
But like I just need you to have clearly like researched things. The thing with the Ruby Frankie thing that I'm annoyed by, and this is probably just like a personal thing, but I'm annoyed every time that they refer to her as Ruby Frank.
Yeah.
And the reason is because, okay, I mean, my name in like my actual full name is Geneva. Okay. So I grew up my entire life with people not saying my name correctly anyway. So I know. So that could be part of my issue. But another part of my issue is if we're going to cover these cases, can we at least do our due diligence to pronounce these people's names correctly so that we know who we're actually talking about?
Yeah, it's not like most of the people I've been seeing this do this are English. It's not like this is someone who is having to translate everything from writing and read captions, you know? Right. No, my last name is Stortenbecker, which is a scary German last name apparently for people. So I've heard I get the people being stupid about how to pronounce your name thing. Like, I'm like, it is not as scary as you think.
And go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I watched one video from this one YouTuber and I didn't like how she covered certain things. And now I'm getting recommended all of her videos about the Ruby Frankie case. But like she's like, well, we know, like she points out, you may have seen this one, but like she points out that like, oh, well, here is this situation where she lost the baby, and there is this situation where this happened. And I'm just like, these are actually extremely common things that happen to parents of toddlers. Like turning around to grab something and then turning back around and your child is gone is a normal, it is a regular experience, and it doesn't make you a bad parent. But you're going to have all of these moms out here now that are going to be thinking they're bad parents because, oh my God, I turned my back for 2 seconds.
But instead of
my child disappeared.
Yeah, instead of covering where she like, oh, I don't know, removed her teenager's right to have, or whatever, his right to have a bed in a bedroom. We're not going to cover that, but we're going to talk about how the youngest kid, when she was 4 years old, wandered off at Walmart.
Yeah, or how mom found her hanging from a drain pipe in the yard. There are so many children that will be wandering, like they'll have gotten out of the house, they'll be playing with siblings who you think are going to watch them, and they've done it multiple times before without having any issue. And they'll fall down wells and in holes and things like that is something that is normal to have not normal, but it is a regular occurrence if you have a 2 to 3 year old. Those things happen, and it doesn't make you a bad parent.
I just feel like there's so much material to show that she's not a good parent without the things that could make some normal
like a normal parent.
Oh wow, maybe I'm also Ruby Frankie.
No, like there's like, I'm like, and I commented, I said, I don't think this should be stuff that you're putting in the videos to say that she is a bad parent, because this is something that
could happen in actual life.
Could happen to anyone who has a 2 to 3 year old. Like,
I feel like those people are the ones that don't have kids or aren't around kids. You know what I mean? But feel like their opinion matters. And I'm like, okay, but no.
My mother lost me in oh my God, no one's going to know what this source, in a cloth world. It's like it was a competitor of Joanne Fabrics way back in the early 90s, or in like, They went bankrupt in like 1992 or 1993, or at least that's when ours, because my mom used to work there.
Yeah.
She lost me in this store because they have the racks that have the fabric on them. She turned around for 2 seconds because she was looking at a fabric. She looked down, she looked at something else. I disappeared from her side. I had crawled underneath the fabric racks because they're really cool and like a cave. Not safe to do. Don't do this at home, but they're cool. Like, that's somewhere that a small child thinks is going to be fun.
Right.
That doesn't make my mom a bad parent. There are a few things that I would suggest potentially.
Right. But and that's, I don't know. I
Well,
just
honestly, this thing she could have done better. Knowing what I know about like my brain and how kids work now.
Yeah. And I just think, I don't know, it's crazy because there's so much other material that you can use to say this person is a bad parent, which she is. Like, I'm not negating that.
Oh, yeah.
She's a terrible parent. She's a terrible person.
She could have done everything right during the entirety of her channel, and then had this happen based on what I've heard, and that would make, like, that is a bad. You can be a good parent for
the camera
13 years of your child's life and be a bad parent because you decided that, because you were terrible to them for 2 years.
What's crazy is that this reminds me, this whole thing, it's like a weird mix of like the Lori Vallow case.
Well, yeah, they keep referring to her.
And Micah Stauffer.
Mm-hmm.
Because why are we binding children?
No,
ma'am.
That should only ever be done by like a medical professional for their own good, to be honest. Like right, if they are physically trying to harm themselves, stop themselves. But duct tape?
They're not going to use duct tape.
Thank you, Ori. Watch a movie. Oh, you want Bluey?
Yep.
Like this, yeah. Anyways, that's just like, it is silly. Let's see, case.
No.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, Brianna's also obsessed with that story. I'm not obsessed, but I have been watching as like there are people that I'll watch as stuff comes out that I'm interested in what they have to say.
I think for me, I'm so sucked into this at this point because
Please skip it.
this is something that's been talked about on YouTube for years, and no one wanted to listen. The oldest daughter, Sherry, has come out and said, our family has tried to get DCF to go to the house. No one listens. Like, all the evidence that you need is on her, well, not now because it's gone, but was on her YouTube channel. And you can still find clips of these things because people have downloaded these videos and kept them as an archive.
Yeah. Well, did you see, I don't know if you watched the latest Fundy Fridays. They did with Paul and Morgan, I think.
Yes, I watched
the video, and they were talking about the fact that the reason it took so long was actually probably because people outside the family, people from YouTube, were calling CPS on the family. So because they said, like, I think Morgan has worked with CPS, and she's like, yeah, at a certain point when they've gotten multiple calls on a family and the family passes every time, like, number one, that first time you're just giving them a test run.
Yeah.
And teaching them how to avoid a CPS detection. And then when they've had multiple passes, they start to go, this is probably a prank call. This is probably not important. Like, they're not going to do the same investigation every single time with the same depth.
Which, me personally, who's dealt with DCF from the parent side of it, I feel like it's weird, though. Because if you're getting multiple calls from people that don't have an association with this family other than that they're seeing them on YouTube, I feel like that should make you investigate harder.
See, to me, like, thinking about, number one, we know why they didn't pull the kids. They were white. They would have pulled the kids from a mom of color in 2 seconds.
And she made it look good from the inside, from the outside.
The other thing is like, so here's, like, we know, and law enforcement knows this. They may deny it, but they know this, that, like, social media, doing things like reporting, like, those are sometimes used as personal attacks.
Yeah.
So I could very much see them going, okay, like, well, this group of people doesn't like these people or doesn't like their parenting style, disagrees with them. So they're just reporting them because the parenting style is maybe more strict and they think this is these gentle parenting dumbasses that are just mad because she's saying being strict with her kids. And it's like, no, that's not it. But so like, I understand why if stuff is coming in online because it's so easy, why they would just be like, maybe this is a red flag that so many people are doing that. Now, I would have reviewed the YouTube footage. I don't know if they did that or what, but
And that's the thing, like I feel like no one looked at the YouTube footage because if they had, you would have done something.
Yeah. We still have a society that is okay with authoritarian parenting, and like our society is still fine with kids being spanked. And so much of what I see on there, it's reading, like what people will talk about is like, it's reading body language. It's stuff that's like, oh, that parent is like, I understand why, at least the clips that I've been shown, why some of that is like, oh, they're just strict, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't make them bad parents. They just, because especially when you're dealing with law enforcement, they think that that's where you see some of the people who are the strictest with their kids. And the, like, 40% of cops are domestic abusers.
True that.
So if you have the domestic abusers investigating the people who are abusing children.
Abusers, yeah.
So, yes, Jordan and McKay. Yeah, I just watched their most recent video with Jen, and I think James was on there as well.
Yeah, I love Jordan and McKay. Yeah.
Have you listened to what was it, the Pike to Massacre podcast?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That one was, I haven't finished. I need to finish it, but that's a very interesting one.
And here's the thing is, like, the thing is like there have just been so many YouTubers like that I've personally followed. I mean, some of them I've stopped following like over the years or whatever.
Yeah.
But the one thing that they all seem to have in common is that they have been talking about 8 Passengers for literally, it reminds me of like when the Onision stuff happened.
Yeah.
No one cared about the Onision thing until what's his face from How to Catch a Predator, Chris, whatever his name is. Until he came out and was like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna make it," and then Discovery Plus decided to make it into a docuseries, and he essentially took it over. Even though all these people on YouTube were like, "We've literally been trying to talk about this for years and get something done about it," and nobody cared until it became.
Sometimes that's what it takes. I mean, the biggest takeaway that I had from the Pike to like I think every season they've had a bad guy that's not necessarily the family or the murderers or that. It's like talking about how incompetent the cops are, talking about like the legal system, and it's like, I like it when it's educational and like you're learning about something more than just the family.
Yeah.
But Big Boss Bose is my favorite on YouTube. Nice. That lawyer chick did a 4-hour live stream, and it was really informative about the legal side of everything. Nice.
I watched that too. Ariana, sit down.
Let's see. Oh yeah, no, I am sure that like there is plenty of stuff on her channel. I just think that a lot of it people are going to excuse as just them being strict parents or
the one thing that I do agree with this whole prank thing is that there were 2 sides to this. There were 2 incidences with this prank. So the original prank was that he told his little brother that they were going to Disneyland. They weren't actually going to Disneyland, but he woke him up at like 4 a.m. and we're like, get ready, whatever. But there was like another side of this that the teenager talks about where he says that he pointed a BB gun in this like in his brother's face and like was pretending to like shoot him with it, which I was like, okay, yes, that part that deserves punishment. I don't think that wilderness camp and losing your bed and your bedroom for
If
9
that is
months
a part of, well, number one, wilderness camp is terrible, but like
and
there
sleep.
are kids that do need to be sent away for the good of themselves and the good of their siblings. They need to go to like either rehab, they need to go somewhere where they can get intensive care. That's not what you get at wilderness camps.
Yeah, and I don't think that I don't think that this teenager even needed that. You know what I'm saying? He just needed to be told, like, don't be an idiot and point a freaking BB gun at your brother's face.
Yeah.
But
No,
in
that's
no
one of those
way
things that
did he deserve to sleep on a beanbag in the family room for 9 months.
no. If you like, I can see that being like, okay, I'm separating you from your brother, and because you need to be separate from your brother, that means that you're going to be sleeping blah 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 blah. But like wilderness camp, that's something that you do if this is a pattern of repeated behavior of extreme things where like I've seen kids go away to different camps because like they're threatening or they're violent consistently, and parents have tried therapy, they've tried psychiatric medication, like they've tried all of the stops, and it's just like sometimes you do have a kid that is a danger to the family,
Which is true.
not but it's like, yeah. Anyways, yeah, the trend of Mormon family blockers is toxic and dangerous. There we go. Jordan and McKay. Sorry, I was wrong. Okay.
Paul and Morgan are Christian.
They're the other. They're the ones that did Duggars, right?
Yeah, I know who you meant when you were talking about it, but yeah. They're like actual Christian YouTubers.
Mm-hmm.
Usually they're commented on. I think Funny Fridays may have done actual videos on Paul and Morgan.
Yes, that is correct.
But they're usually
they were the ones that were, I can't help it if you've got two couple names where one of them starts with an M. Okay. I'm gonna confuse that. But no, they were the ones, I remember that. They're the ones that were in the Keep Sweet or whatever it was that came, not Keep Sweet.
They were in the
Funny Happy People.
Yes,
yeah, they were the Duggars thing, and then they were mad about it.
Well, because there's a therapist that I watch. I can't remember what her channel name is right now. But she actually
Mickey?
Huh?
Is it Mickey?
Yes.
Dark hair, purple streaks?
Yes.
Yeah, Mickey Kendall.
She covered because they did a video where they talked about their experience doing that.
Yeah, I know, I saw that.
And honestly, if that's how it went down, I have to agree with them that was shitty on, what was it, Discovery Plus's part, whatever it was that covered it, or Prime, because while I don't agree with their beliefs, right? Like with the way that they believe things, it still wasn't fair to them to make it look like they were agreeing with what the Duggars were doing when that's not.
I'm going to be honest, knowing evangelical Christians and super fundy Christians, I would be less than surprised if they were being manipulative in that. I think, was it funny? Somebody was talking about the fact that like, yes, this is terrible, but at this point, we can't trust you when you say that because you've twisted the truth on so many other things.
That's also true, but I think they may not have, but I think that Girl Defined came out and said that they also had a similar experience to Paul and Morgan, which makes me think that, because I watched the Prime documentary.
Yeah.
And the way that they laid out the Prime documentary, I would not be surprised if the experience that Paul Morgan said that they had is.
Yeah.
And I also know evangelicals, so like I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But because of the way that documentary was put together, I would not be surprised if the experience that Paul and Morgan are claiming as their truth is close to the truth.
Yeah.
Because they definitely split it up where it was like people that had started or were in the process or were done, but they were somewhere in their deconstructing process. And then everybody else. You see what I'm saying? Like they definitely split it down the middle. Like there was no in between.
I mean, I would not be going to Paul and Morgan for being the in-between from what I've seen about.
No, but
But
I mean, like, in general, like, there was no, like, there was, like, no in between, like, there were no people that were, like, deconstructing but still Christians.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? Like, it seemed that it was like either you are an extremist evangelical,
Mommy.
Yeah.
or you have completely left the church. There didn't seem to be an argument for anybody that was deconstructing but still.
Oh, see, I don't. Some of the people that they were putting, like the Duggar family relatives, they're still Christians. They're not an IBLP,
The
but they're still
Duggar
Christians.
family, right? But I'm saying outside of the Duggar family relatives,
Yeah.
they were either evangelical Christians.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Or, I mean, obviously there were kids and cousins and whatever that were, like, directly related to the Duggars or who knew the Duggars that were doing that. But as far as, like, just people that they were interviewing
Mm-hmm.
that had platforms for whatever reason that they had platforms, there was no in between argument.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know. I never got the feeling that, like, you're either deconstructing or you're an evangelical. I think evangelicalism in and of itself is wrong, just because of the way that so much proselytizing is in there. But, like, and I think, at least to me, like, Paul and Morgan seem to take away a personal attack that I didn't feel was there when it comes to Christians, just as someone who was in that space. Now, I watched this months ago, so I might be misremembering stuff. But, like, so much of it was just like, oh, I've been there. I know that experience. So, but yeah. Because, like, I don't remember where, like, Josh, I didn't even recognize him, but Josh Harris was in that. I was like, what?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know where he is. I know he was in the process. But anyways, anything, we are past 12 o'clock. Anything on your channel that you want to plug today?
There should be some kind of an announcement coming. I don't know exactly how we're doing it yet, but there will be some kind of an announcement somewhere from me, Brittany, and Krystal either Monday or Tuesday.
Nice.
Otherwise, I'll have, like, sprints next Thursday, I think at 8 p.m.
Okay. Nice.
And I'm going to attempt to get a video up this week, but no promises.
That's such a mood.
Like, because I have to, like, I have to finish editing things to get them, like, to the part where they can be actually posted.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping to get things edited now that I'm feeling not like I want to jump out a window. But don't, like, hold me to it, you know?
Nice. Yeah, no, I understand that one. I have a video that may go out soon. I've just got a couple minutes left to edit on it. So I'm going to work on that hopefully today, but I might not work on that today. I might do something completely different. So just keep your eyes on my channel. I have stuff that's going to be coming out. And then I'm filming some stuff that'll be coming. It does need to come out in the next couple of weeks. So thank you so much to everyone. I will link everyone who did this down below in the description box. I just realized I forgot to do that. So give me a few minutes. But if you are looking for any of the hosts, Neva is links down there. But if you're looking for any of the hosts, just check out the description in like 10 minutes. Come back and check that out, or go to some of the previous videos to check it out. So thank you, everyone, for sprinting with us. I will be back at 9:30 a.m. a little bit later next Saturday, and I will see you later when we will talk about more.